everyone. Did you all have a good weekend? How's how's the Easter week? Mhm, mhm. There we go. Scoot's gone. Also, congratulations with the first Nix. Hope you have a good lurk. Also, Hayden has good lurkies too. Let's get because you never say hey Mousy, I'm lurking.
Hey Mousy, I'm baking.
You are, thank you. Okay, has good lurks, Dave.
He's a good mouse. Gutes Mäuschen.
I'm a good mouse. That's me. I put on lotion.
My hands still smell like orange.
Only a little bit.
Yeah, but still, considering it has been over half an hour. Oh, is she not freaking?
Oh no, how terrible. Alright, let's get the spirit lo-fi pulled up. Bum, ba-da,
Can't
bum,
dig it.
ba,
Dig the
ba-da. Alright, there we go. Okay, let me get my OBS over here. Honestly, when my hair is short, this is more naturally lit up. This is actually what it looks like. It just curls like that. Yeah, we'll keep that. Kind of a chilly day, so okay, that's better. Okay, our to-do list. I'm gonna set that out a bit further. It's gonna definitely go out a bit further. Okay, so our task for today is the typical at least 2 factors of a 2.2. And then the typical, at least one unit. Nico's wig. So let's get the show on the road. Put this over here. This is feminine, the Aufgabe. So N for plural, and I'm pretty sure that's like, yeah. Das Geofa? What's the best way to describe this? They also do the EERF. Simplified European. I'll make sure that's right. CERF, okay, it is. Die Klasse. Klaus. Die Nachrichten. Das Semester. I spelled that wrong. Oh. Die Sprachenschule. It's gonna get an N. language school. Der Test. Test. No, there is a specific word for exam. I think that's Prüfung. Die der Volkshochschule.
Volkshochschule.
Kannst du bitte das wiederholen? C-H-O-C-A.
Volkshochschule.
Volkshochschule. Thank you. Then bum bum bum. Anschauen. I knew what this meant. The view. You look at watch. Aufschreiben. I think that's like to write down. Bewegen. Korrigieren. Korrigieren. I think that is obviously to lose. Huh? Okay, it's a... Huh?
I bonked it.
You bonked the cake?
Flip forward and bonk back. See?
You damaged the side of it.
I'll have to see if I can unbox that later. But see, now it's like it got bonked quite.
That's okay. Yes, it is. Are you okay? Good Lord. That one's really context heavy, isn't it? Milkin. Ah, moin. Hi, Drake. The Gates. Does Victor also count as remember? I don't think. Okay, so what I can do. To remember. Bei mir ist alles gut. Ah, gut. Übersetzen. Okay, no, that's right. Wiederholen.
Honestly, I don't get why the cake shrank so much just from that bonk.
Honey, they shrink in general when you bake.
No, because.
Oh, the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. We just lost some air. It's okay. So Dave is baking, and earlier we worked together to make the carrot cake that, we've been talking about. Dave just went to take it out of the oven, and it filled the pan. And he bonked it. Halfway dropped it, and it shrunk the cake. and it damaged the pan. You don't have luck in baking if I'm not around.
No, I don't have luck in baking when you're around. That's the issue.
Wow.
Last cake I made, you fucked off. Everything works. You dig around. Something falls into my cheesecake. This cake tries to get to know Mother Nature on the floor. I really should go and steal her notebooks. No. Oh.
You want one of your mud butts?
No, you can have them. You're going to hurt us.
At least the damage to the phone wasn't that bad. At least it looks like it.
Yeah.
I can't see if it's still is sealed properly, but see.
Something, fridge.
The paddles are for the plastic. Put
Ah.
it back in the fridge. Losing those at the top of it. So we're going to put the mouth against my hand.
Hmm. Okay, that's weird. Has been when this is conjunction. Okay, there's one chapter down.
I don't think I can make the frosting.
You're gonna have to make the frosting, honey. She'll be okay.
Didn't feed you. He gets all the porgies and fancy cakes, and you, what do you get? Nothing. No, you can cover time.
Sunday. Yeah, Empfanga. And E. The hunter. Okay. That's forbidden. And I am packing. I think that's like 2-pack. We just have packing. Tight. Yes, GORTEEEN. Feed Kenny. Solution. Ross and Vison. Sit. Younger. Das Mädchen. Ja. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that would be tiring. Hi, City. Girl. Das Project. Projekt.
What's he talking to him about?
Alpha, alpha, alpha. There's shirt. I think it's an E. Die Tafel. Or whatever your teacher uses. Centimeter. And Kirsten. Oh my god. Have you tried it?
I'm still mentally crying about my perfect cake no longer being perfect.
Oh my god, try that. That's Dave the baker, yeah. He made me a carrot cake. Rotten cooking. I'm pretty sure this means like poor. Oh. Yeah. Version. And then last one. Alright, there we go. Done with our 2 chapters. Let's see what the 3rd one looks like. If it's a really short one. Nah, let's make the most and do Nico's Way, because I really want to do some reading today. Okay, let me get this back here. Okay. Once again, morning. It's loud at the start until I can get it turned down. I apologize. That's because at the beginning of the story, he kind of is. But he's trying to be better. Like, he made the website for her for free. He was being a bit sexist, wasn't he? What? Yeah.
Does this seem like powdered sugar to you?
You gotta pulp it.
Hi. Look at this. It's a single block bottom.
Okay, what about the other pack?
It's only but
Do you want to know how to fix it? Do you want to know how to fix it? Okay, I'll be right back, chat. Okay, I had to help Dave with powdered sugar. And I forgot to stop my clock. Damn it. Okay, let's just get to this. Peppermint that's found. Dave's not having a good time of it. Alright, break time. What to do for break? Wait, let's get done here. We can do a little bit of lost but found. Hi, Clay. Okay, yep, we'll do a little bit of this for our break.
I'm being extremely clever up here, and there's no one to stand around looking impressed. What's the point in having you all?
Cat Catma. Oh mein Gott, es ist Maus. Ja, ich bin Maus. Das ist mir. Oh no, das ist mich. Hi guys, I'm Mouse. I can speak and play video games. How was stream? Poffle stream. But yes, welcome in everybody. I'm actually currently taking a break from blah, 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 blah. I realized the game didn't switch. What? Huh? Why? Oh, it did. Okay. So yeah, we do 45. We worked a shift at McDonald's. Okay, that's awesome. Now, did you make cat fries? And did you make her the best boogie ever? But yeah, I do 45 minutes studying and then 15 minutes for like a break. And right now we're on the 15 minutes bit. But after this, we're gonna do more German. We did they gave me no fries, but we did like the squirt. Ayo. Ayo. McDonald's squirters. Can I get like some hot fudge with that? Oh, hello. Okay, but did the milkshake machine work? No contact. They squirt on the boogies. I mean, everybody has a kink popple, so you know, I'm sure somebody's into that. Minecraft meals don't have milkshakes. Someone ordered a cup. Okay, was this like a game? Because now I'm curious. Oh, so it was like someone's point of view while working at McDonald's. Das ist interessant. Aber ein bisschen komisch. But that's our cat, Ma. There was also a cocaine rock? Cat, are you trying to get chat to do drugs? Wow. She's giving you guys free drugs? Well, if you're not following her, you should be. Oh, man. Oh, but in other news... Oh, come here. In other news, we have carrot cake. Dave made me a carrot cake. Oh yeah, how was everybody's Easter? Did you guys have good food? Yeah, cake ma. Popple's got the cake then. I don't have it. Don't have it. Oh. It's 50564. Expensive. Here you go. Don't come back. I got a dog in a cage. Aw, he's taken away the dog already. I at least wanted to pet the dog. Also, Cat, if you need to go do your after stream care, go do that. No, pepper spray. New York is C3. Oh wait, the potion one can go in the trash. Ultra rare and ball. Souvenir. Ah, blah blah blah. It's not a torch, it's a flashlight, you twat monkeys. It's not on fire. Okie dokie. Has good bath, has good foods. Earbuds, ultra rare card. Oh, it's over. Can we buy anything? Not yet. What about from the black market? I don't want the magnifying glass, I don't care. My orange.
Get yourself a cake whenever you please.
Oh, thank you, dear. Yeah. Yeah.
We will either need new inlays or a new one, because the right one that was not is swinging a lot more than the right one. But,
That's weird.
and that's how, because it interfered with the other one, and it just.
Yeah, like one thing led to another.
Yeah.
That's... No.
It happens if you turn it up to 4, so it's okay. If you need to make something on high speed, it will be an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just,
If you want to get the page, please, we know where the knives are.
yeah, I will. Yeah, just relax. Yeah. It's not a vapor deck, it's a steam deck. Call it what it is. Okay, this will probably be the last day we get to do, and then we have to go back to studying. Study, study, study. He left me a note that just says duck. Quack. No. He took $47 from me. Somebody arrest him. Oh wait, that's me. No. My money. Frog is at 4. Okay, so easier security renegade prevents money from being stolen. I would like that. 10%. Okay, I can't afford either of those. Man. Increases the customer's chance to tip by 25. You know what? I'm taking it. Okay. We gotta get back to setting. There we go. Oh, I forgot to complete, we did our 2 chapters of day 2.2 today. So huzzah! Okay. Get this back up over here. Yep, back to study time.
Don't forget those cake eating that.
I'll have to wait for my next break. Okay, Er kommt von der Arbeit, sieht sich die Sportschau im Fernsehen an und spricht kein Wort. Das ist normal. Hm?
Und spricht kein Wort.
Und spricht kein Wort.
Wort.
Wort. Thank you. Wort.
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 Wort. Not Wort.
Wort. Männer hören auch nicht so. Männer hören auch nicht so. Nicht so.
Zu. Zu.
So. Sie sprechen lieber über Karriere oder Autos als über Gefühle. Wenn Sie mit einem Mann reden wollen, dann fragen Sie ihn am besten nach seiner Arbeit oder erzählen ihm von Ihrem neuen Sportwagen. Und Männer sind uns Sie Bell. Sie vergessen zum Beispiel ständig Geburtstag. Geburt.
You sure that's not Geburtstage and you're swallowing the E?
Oh, you're right. Geburtstage.
Geburtstage.
Geburtstage. Aber sie haben auch gute Eigenschaften. Was das bedeutet? Was typisch für mich. Ah. Sie sind unkompliziert.
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 Unkompliziert. Gute Handwerker.
You really literally the most stereotypical thing.
Yeah, that's what this lesson's about.
Yeah.
Sexism. Waschen das Auto und gehen zur Arbeit.
Zur Arbeit.
Zur Arbeit.
Please stop following it.
Das ist Doktor.
No. 6, sit down again.
Huh?
Again, the sentence that was told.
Das ist Doktor. Toll.
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 Pronounce both L's that are there. It's not the toll that you drive, pay while driving on your one. Also speak the sentences slow. We tend to sacrifice clarity for speed. Das ist doch toll.
Sie hat einen riesigen.
No.
Riesigen.
Read it again.
Sie hat einen riesigen Parkplatz gefunden. Groß genug für 2 Autos. Aber sie schafft
A, because
double consonant, es nicht dort einzuparken. Frauen können sich auch nicht, my throat. I need to sip. Okay. Frauen können sich auch nicht gut orientieren. Huh? I don't like this beginning part. Let me hear it. Oh, a shoe store. Schuhgeschäfte finden Sie aber problemlos beide wieder. Sie sind kommunikativ und telefonieren gerne stundenlang
no.
mit einer Freundin.
It's like build up.
It reads like a what?
Like not
What's the bill?
like German equivalence.
Uh,
Just
Sie kaufen gerne Schuhe, Kleider und Kosmetik. Trotzdem sagen sie immer, ich habe nichts zum Ansehen. Aber Frauen haben auch gute Seiten. Sie sind gefühlvoll, gefühlvoll,
Voll.
voll,
Voll.
gefühlvoll,
Voll.
gefühlvoll, machen machen den Haushalt, übernehmen die Kindererziehung. Are those two separate words?
No.
No, okay. Kindererziehung. Kindererziehung. Kindererziehung.
Kindererziehung.
Kindererziehung.
Ziehung.
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 Die Kinderziehung.
Die Kindererziehung.
It's made out of 3 words. Kinderziehung. And then you have Ziehung.
Und gehen zur Arbeit. Das ist doch auch toll. In diesem Text kommen viele Klischees vor. Es stimmt zum Beispiel nicht, dass blank nicht will reden oder nicht zuhören können. What word? That's Frauen. Und es ist ein blank, dass Männer sich nur für ihre Karriere
Ihre.
Karriere
Ihre.
Karriere
Karriere.
Karriere
Karriere. You roll from the R into the second R, then the year. Karriere. Imagine car.
Car.
And you roll from there into the year. Karriere.
Karriere.
Now you have to work on the R's. You gotta roll the R. Depends on it. Don't forget those things. Der Karottenkuchen.
Thank you, Clay. Für Karriere, Sport und blank interessieren. Okay. Und das ist ein und oh, see, handwork. No, it doesn't. Okay. Männer reden manchmal auch über und sind ganz sicher nicht unsensibel, weil sie mal einen Geburtstag vergessen. Das passiert. Oh no, that should be Frauen. Let's see how bad I did. Huh. Die blank werden in dem Text mit vielen Klischees beschreiben, denn es ist ganz sicher nicht richtig, dass alle wir reden und gerne blank und Kleider kaufen.
Maybe.
Kleider. Okay. Ist ganz gut. Das alle reden und gerne Schuhe. Okay. Blank haben auch manchmal blank beim Einpacken. Und es gibt sogar ziemlich viele Frauen, die sich für ihr schnelle blank interessieren. Brown also have sometimes Hi Odie, wie geht's dir? Alles gut. Dave kocht.
No.
I'm the clever one.
Let's go.
You're the potato
No.
one.
Dave bakt.
No, I'm still doing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dave hat
Keep backen.
gebacken. Dave hat ein Karottenkuchen. Einen Karottenkuchen gebackt.
Gebacken.
Gebacken.
Back is when you're doing it. Yeah. Gebacken looks better. The past. It's completed.
Manchmal. No, let him go there. Hi, Joe. Joe. Okay, so I know that's gonna go there. Ich kann nicht helfen. Ich muss lernen. Ich muss Deutsch lernen. Yeah, I thought so. Damn, okay. Von der Arbeit sind die Text über Pepe und schreibt die passenden Verben in Konjugiertform in der Lücken. Die okay, in the third person. Okay. Bin happy when there are bites. Like is a Fanzia. Air Blake Diana Schwarzendogen. What is it? Is it the same? I think that one is the same as first person. I've used that, I've used that, I've used that. Okay, I think I got this. I totally didn't understand the assignment. You know, growing up, my father was of the same mindset as a lot of this. Like, oh, I forgot to say thank you for the follow, Skulky. Thank you. Sorry, I was in the middle, I think, of getting corrected. So yeah, growing up, my father was like this, that, you know, certain jobs belong to women and certain jobs belong to men. So at one point, because where I'm from was, you know, rural, they don't pay firefighters, you're a volunteer. And I wanted to try that. And obviously the answer was no, because that's a man's job. Later, I wanted to become an EMT. No, because that's a man's job. But I went ahead and did that one anyway. And then it fast is yeah, I thought. Fuck. What? Esco? Yeah, okay. Mehrere reden mit dir. Nico ist anderer Meinung. Er findet, dass okay. Also in einem Kindergarten. Bei uns gibt es viele kleine Jungen, die gerne in die Spielküche etwas kochen oder mit Puppen spielen. Es ist ein Klischee, dass das typisch weiblich ist. Ich spiele heute aktiv im Verein. Meine Eltern meinten immer, Fußball ist zu männlich für mich. Ich sollte besser Musik machen. Aber dazu hatte ich keine Lust. Mein Mann findet mein Hobby toll. Viele Leute wundern sich darüber, dass ich einen schnellen Sportwagen fahre. Meine Kollegin dachte sogar, dass das Auto meinem Mann gehört. Dabei ist die Farbe meiner Meinung nach typisch weiblich. And man musste date. Nice! Congrats! Okay, so Sportswagen. Fragen gehört diese Antwort. Wenn viele Menschen eine Meinung über eine Personengruppe haben, dann ist das oft eine Klischee. Denn ein Klischee ist eine feste Vorstellung und eine oft wiederholte Meinung. Ein Beispiel für ein Klischee ist, dass Männer besser einparken können als Frauen. Dazu ein Beispiel. In Deutschland sind früher auch nur die Männer zur Arbeit gegangen und die Frauen haben den Haushalt gemacht. So entstand das Klischee, Männer und Haushalt, das passt nicht zusammen. Heutzutage teilen sich Männer und Frauen auf die Hausarbeit, weil die meisten Frauen auch einen Beruf haben. Die. Ooh. Joe twerking. Bei Klischees ist besonders. Was?
Didn't we have like one of those things for lifting up cake pieces?
I don't think so.
I think
If we did, it's either in the utensils thingy or either by the silverware or at the bottom of the.
let's see.
A sentence of equality amongst traditional genders. Besonders schwierig, dass sie sehr allgemein sind. Man sagt etwas über eine Gruppe, aber dabei achtet man nicht auf die besonderen Eigenschaften der einzelnen Menschen. Die Vorstellung, die man von der Gruppe hat, ist also teilweise falsch, weil sie nicht zu allen Personen passt. Wähle alle Titel aus, die keine Klischees sind. I don't know. So ein Unsinn. Männer können sehr gut zuhören, wenn sie sich für das Thema interessieren. Das ist doch nicht wahr. Viele Frauen sind sehr erfolgreiche. Programmiererinnen. Blah, 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 blah. Erfolgreich. I want to come back to that one. I'm trying to.
Eat the fucking cake if I already put the work in it.
Okay, I'm eating the cake before he kills me. Oh my god. Hey Dave. Don't bother getting yourself a piece, you wouldn't like it. As if.
Real pain when I wouldn't give a piece of cake. I would. If it was late, of course.
Oh my god, this is so good.
You're so weird.
What do you mean I'm weird?
Oh no, it just looks like you ate all the bag.
So what if I did?
Weird.
Okay, you know what? Fuck you.
That's on the level as people that put the milk in and let the same.
I'm eating from the back now. Ooh. That crust is nice. I was right about half the frosting. I was right about not having as much frosting, but just a little bit. Hmm? Okay. Sorry, Dave demands that I eat my cake, so I'm eating my cake.
You should try the fucking thing after working. What did I
To be fair, that was kind of a cheap mixer anyway.
So I heard it. Any improvements that can be made?
Well. I would change absolutely nothing.
Replace carrots. Ground insects. Make it egg rolls.
I never thought I would love cheesecake so much. I'm sorry, carrot cake.
Yeah, also
That was an accident, I swear.
yeah. Fuck you.
Hi, Nicola.
Consistency of this type. If you ask me. Then you could put carrots and stuff. That's not the carrot. I know what the consistency is. Crunch crunch.
It's the almonds.
Yeah. Might be worth to like crack it while they're still in the bag again. You know? Toss them a bit more finely.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay, I need another tea.
Not that amazed about it.
Oh my god. Thank you. Okay. That's our second break. I need to take some things to the kitchen. I will be right back. Okay. Oh, so it's good to get up every once in a while and get some monkeys in. Okay, once again, sorry, it's gonna be a little loud until I can turn it down. Okay, let's see what happened. Why didn't that work? Hi, Corey. Okay, that worked for some reason. Weird. I hope you're doing well, Corey. Right in the boob. That's my boob. Was sagt immer über Jochs Aussehen? Lieber Inga, wie geht's? Mir geht es sehr gut. Ich habe mich verliebt. Siehst du mich mit Hans? Er ist selbstbewusst und sieht auch gern sympathisch aus, oder? In meinem Garten. Vielleicht siehst du mein Haus. Okay. I thought we were supposed to do the opposite. Meine Freundin weiß eigentlich immer, was sie kann oder was sie will. Ich mag deine Freunde. Damn it. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I thought that was pick a multiple one. Okay, go time. We take notes, pose. I don't know. My notebook's all the way over there. I'll be right back. Yeah. Move on. mit Archiver oh eben kannst du jemanden oder etwas beschreiben? Du kannst sagen, wie jemand oder etwas ist oder welche Eigenschaften jemand oder etwas hat. Wenn jemand etwas ist oder eine bestimmte Eigenschaften hat, verwendet man oft ein Adjektiv mit der Endung wohl oder reich. Zum Beispiel ja. Hat Humor. Ist humorvoll. Okay, so Verneinung. Adjektive mit dem Präfix Oder dem Suffix plus benutzt, man, wenn jemand etwas nicht ist oder eine bestimmte Eigenschaft nicht hat. Zum Beispiel Rock ist sensibel aber mein Mann ist leider sehr unsensibel. And we can also go with another one of is the gross mein Mann ist nicht.
Next time I'll put slightly less sugar in the cake. I think that's not sugar.
Ist nicht Gross. Okay. When das Adjektiv als einen Nomen das Gefühl gebildet wird, verwendet nennt man oft die Endung los. Zum Beispiel ist gefühlvoll aber mein Mann ist leider sehr gefühllos. Is that double L? Yeah. Okay. I'm not writing both examples because you get the idea. Once again, apologize for loud beginning.
The tomato sauce, I don't know.
Was?
The tomato sauce is better now. There are still some rules, I'm thinking. Later.
Okay. on, Tyler. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Has good eat straight. Sleep well. So the swishing. Hmm. Yay. Hi, Bear. Okay, more notes. Mehr notes. Wie geht's, Bear? Ooh, was it a good session? Watch California. Jetzt mal Satzbierweinungen. Kannst du erklären, welchen Grund es für etwas gibt? Also starts. Beantworten die Frage, warum? Zum Beispiel, warum ist Male ein Männerberuf? Male ist ein Beruf, weil er körperlich anstrengend ist. In conjunction so the pharaoh mummy, is it actually a god? Oh, is like the old pharaoh mummy gonna be like a god? Weil einen Nebensatz ein. Vor einem übergeordneten Satz abhängig ist. Yeah, they're just the mummy of a fairy who got buried long ago. But if the players resurrect her, they're going to bring a lot of headache for the Rule 6. You know, it reminds me of, I'm sorry, I don't know if you read any of Anne Rice's books. She wrote Interview with a Vampire and Queen of the Damned. But, the Queen and Queen of the Damned, it was actually an Egyptian, pharaoh with her king. And they were the first vampires. And the way they came to be was that they were trying to eradicate a group of witches. And it wasn't exactly going their way, so they invited essentially a demon to beat these witches. And get this, the witches get their powers. It's a more, matriarchy. So it's led by females. And the way that they get their powers is they consume the heart and brain of their predecessor when they die. There you go. Have some ideas. Yeah, and Anne Rice actually wrote a series about the witches. The series is called The Witches of Mayfield, I think. And she also did a one about werewolves called Wolf's Gift, which is also very good. Enda. I also trolled them last session with the quest. A village was cursed because they threw away a godly idol. Turned out someone threw it away, and it was found by a genie, who says, in a thick Russian accent, "Ah yes, I have statue for you, but I want thing in return. Ah, you give me souls of mayor of town, both of them, yes? Then I give you statue." So once they figured out that the genie was a bit confused, they gave him a pair of shoes from the mayor. You should have had Dave play the genie. He does a very good Russian accent.
Hmm? What?
I'm just complimenting your voice acting, love. Have I heard it? I'm trying to think. I think I have. period, Dutch, ein Komma. Advocate. Okay. Okie dokie. Just remember, it's a promise. I want to hear it. Dean. Oh, dann das konjugierte Verb des Übergeordneten Satzes. Well, yeah. But other than that, how did your Easter go, Bear? Männer und Frauen nicht gleich versorgen werde. Sie verschiedene Berufe. That's fair. Dave made me a carrot cake. Das war sehr lecker. Andere Möglichkeit ist einmal that's for Bildung, that's for Bildung. Mit einem Adverb. Scratch. Du kannst deshalb deswegen oder darum benutzen. Dave has a few love languages, but yes, cooking is definitely one of them. And he's very, very good at it. That is there. The Fuga reshaped. Sexton. Der die erste Position. Danach folgt das konjugierte Verb viele Frauen denken, dass sie in Naturwissenschaft Schriften nicht so gut sind. Okay, so do this deswegen darum studieren sie keine Naturwissenschaft Schafften. Okay. Zusammenfassung Logo war fast Grund Frauen sind im Nachteil weil Männer stärker sind. Okay, so next is violent plus quote. Weil Männer stärker sind. Sind Frauen And then ground. Deswegen darum again. Manners and Shaker. Das Hell. Sind Alan and not tile. How about what? Alright, I think we have like one more lesson after this and then we're done with Nico's wig. How's everybody over here holding up in chat? Ooh, Ocean's streaming. Definitely have to put alert there. Okay, had to get some works up for friendos. This is sehr wichtig. Okay, again, sorry for the noise. This one will also have notes. We all know he's wrong. It's okay.
That's the person.
I'm not wrong.
Did you brag to Bear about the cake?
Yeah. And he said Dave's language is really cooking, isn't it?
Late language.
Love language. Yeah. Okay, elbow. In spite of or despite. Oh. Obwohl es nicht immer einfach ist, lerne ich Deutsch. Hi, Nardum. I'm messing with these right now. Manchmal wird mir alles zu viel. Dann muss ich an die frische Luft. Ich kann natürlich nicht einfach so gehen, wenn meine Kinder noch klein sind. Wo sehe ich denn? Den Johnson. Oh yeah, but if I didn't ask, how you doing, Nardum? Wait, no, why didn't you tell me? You are doomed. How dare. How dare. Nardu streamed and didn't tell us. I'm sure you did really well. Because you're awesome like that. Well, that's okay. I'm following you now. You can't hide from me. Doing alright. Okay. Last set of notes for today. We got this, right? We've done 1, 2. Yeah, we're gonna get this done easy. Yeah, then after this, do a little bit of... Yeah. Did you know Naruto streamed?
No.
Yeah, he streamed today, didn't tell us.
Oh,
Dave's reporting you.
what bad. You're playing.
Oh yeah, Dave made me carrot cake. And veggie burgers yesterday. Oh my god, the veggie burgers were so good. And so is the carrot cake. Dave feeds me such good food. Right? And they were good. To send. And then I'm hanging. Align. Stand. geordnet. Okay. Und that and Aufsatz. Oder einen Lebenssatz. Ja. Lebenssätze. Beginnen. Mit einem wenn wat das den Nebensatz mit dem Satz verwendet. Sätze, die mit der Conjugation obwohl beginnen suchen eine Tatsache aus, die nicht die erwartend Folgen hat. Oft gibt es einen Widerspruch zwischen dem Inhalt des übergeordneten Satz und diesem Beispiel Frauen. Willkommen, Kinder. Obwohl. Sie große Schmelzen. Bei der Geburt haben. Frauen haben bei einer Geburt große Schmerzen. Man konnte erwarten, dass sie eine Hände bekommen sollen. War sie Angst vor den Schmerzen haben. Aber sie bekommen doch Kinder. Der über die Moneten Satz ist oft ein Hauptsatz. Im Hauptsatz steht das Verb an der zweiten Position. Oh, thank you for the care package, Nardan. And thank you for the pat. And that state S M and two. I write it obwohl krank ist. Das ist der Lebenssatz. New page. Daneben Satz kann auch vor dem netten Satz stehen. Dann ist es der ganze Lebenssatz erste Position und konjugiert Verb der dies Übergehung Seite stellt auf there's way to position. To obwohl Abraham krank ist, arbeitet. Bedeutet konjugierte Verb des Nebensatz vor dem Komma das konjugierte Verb des übergeordneten Satzes steht Into. Then comma. Okay. And that is notes for today. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And this is my test day. Good night, Hayden. Have a good eat. Damn, I'm not gonna get this done before my exam. Oh well. It is what it is. We did our Nico's way. Let's see. Let's get ready to do some reading. Okay, exit game. Let's get this situated here. I've created a mess. Oh no. Okay. Fixing it. Okay. Switch scenes. Blah, blah, blah. So let's go over here. Let's get our rain sounds. Oh, come back. Okay. How's this? Is this good? Are we good and ready? Okay. Let's change the category to S and A. And then let's get the book. Blah, blah, blah. Our book is loading. The category not changed. This still says okay, it's changed. Alright everyone. Welcome back to Anne of Green Gables, chapters 21 and 22. I hope you all enjoy. Make sure you're comfy and ready for some shenanigans. Chapter 21. A New Departure in Flavorings. Dear me, there is nothing but meetings and partings in this world, as Mrs. Linda says, remarked Anne plaintively, putting her slate and books down on the kitchen table on the last day of June, and wiping her red eyes with a very damp handkerchief. Wasn't it fortunate, Marilia, that I took an extra handkerchief to school today? I had a presentiment that it would be needed. I never thought you were so fond of Mr. Phillips, that you required 2 handkerchiefs to dry your tears just because he's going away, said Marilia. I don't think I was crying because I was really so very fond of him, reflected Anne. I just cried because all the others did. It was Ruby Gillis started it. Ruby Gillis has always declared she hated Mr. Phillips, but just as soon as he got up to make his farewell speech, she burst into tears. Then all the other girls began to cry, one after the other. I tried to hold out, Marilia. I tried to remember the time Mr. Phillips made me sit with a boy, and the time he spelled my name without an E on the blackboard, and how he said I was the worst dunce he ever saw at geometry and laughed at my spelling. And all the times he had been so horrid and sarcastic. But somehow I couldn't, Marilia. I just had to cry too. Jane Andrews has been talking for a month about how glad she'd be when Mr. Phillips went away, and she declared she'd never shed a tear. Well, she was worse than any of us, and had to borrow a handkerchief from her brother. Of course the boys didn't cry, because she hadn't bought one of her own, not expecting to need it. Oh, Marilia, it was heart-rending. Oh, my apologies, heart-rending. Mr. Phillips made such a beautiful farewell speech, beginning, "The time has come for us to part." It was very affecting, and he had tears in his eyes too, Marilia. Oh, I felt dreadful sorry and remorseful for all the times I had talked in school and drawn pictures of him on my slate and made fun of him and Prissy. I can tell you I wished I'd been a model pupil like Minnie Andrews. She hadn't anything on her conscience. The girls cried all the way home from school. Carrie Sloane kept saying every few minutes, "The time has come for us to part." And that would start us off again whenever we were in any danger of cheering up. I do feel dreadfully sad, Marilia, but one can't feel quite in depths of despair with 2 months' vacation before them, can they, Marilia? And besides, we met the new minister and his wife coming from the station. For all I was feeling so bad about Mr. Phillips going away, I couldn't help taking a little interest in a new minister, could I? His wife is very pretty. Not exactly regally lovely, of course. It wouldn't do, I suppose, for a minister to have a regally lovely wife, because it might set a bad example. Mrs. Linda says the minister's wife over at Newbridge sets a very bad example because she dresses so fashionably. Our new minister's wife was dressed in blue muslin with lovely puff sleeves and a hat trimmed with roses. Jane Andrews said she thought puff sleeves were too worldly for a minister's wife. I didn't make any such uncharitable remarks, Marilia, because I know what it is to long for puff sleeves. Besides, she's only been a minister's wife for a little while, so one should make allowances, shouldn't they? And they are going to board with Miss Linda until the Manseys is ready. If Marilia, in going down to Miss Linda's that evening, was actuated by any motive save her avowed one of returning the quilting frame she had borrowed the preceding winter, it was an amiable weakness shared by most of Envtuber people. Many a thing Miss Linda had lent, sometimes never expecting to see it again, came home that night in charge of the borrowers thereof. A new minister, and moreover a minister with a wife, was a lawful object of curiosity in a quiet little country settlement where sensations were few and far between. Old Mr. Bentley, the minister whom Anne had found lacking in imagination, had been pastor of Amalovia for 18 years. He was a widower when he came, and a widower he remained. Despite the fact that gossip regularly married him to this, that, and or not the other one, every year of his sojourn. In the preceding February he had resigned his charge and departed amidst the regret of his people, most of whom had the affection born of long intercourse for their good old minister in spite of his shortcomings as an orator. Since then, the Avalonian Church has enjoyed a variety of religious disposition in listening to the many and various candidates and supplies who came Sunday after Sunday to preach on trial. These stood or fell by the judgment of the fathers and mothers in Israel, but a certain small red-haired girl who sat meekly in the corner of the old cupboard pew also had her opinions about them, and discussed the same in full with Matthew Marilia, always declining from principle to criticize ministers in any shape or form. "I don't think Mr. Smith would have done, Matthew," was Anne's final summing up. "Mrs. Linda says his delivery was so poor, but I think his worst fault was just like Mr. Bentley's. He had no imagination. And Mr. Terry had too much. He let it run away with him just as I did mine in the matter of the haunted wood. Besides, Mrs. Linda says his theology wasn't sound. Mr. Gresham was a very good man and a very religious man, but he told too many funny stories and made the people laugh in church. He was undignified, and you must have some dignity about a minister, mustn't you, Matthew? I thought Mr. Marshall was decidedly attractive, but Mrs. Linda says he isn't married, or even engaged, because she made special inquiries about him, and she said it would never do to have a young married minister in Alovia, because he might marry into the congregation, and that would make trouble. Mrs. Linda is a far-seeing woman, isn't she, Matthew? I'm very glad they've called Mr. Allen. I liked him because his sermon was interesting, and he prayed as if he meant it, and not just because if he did it because he was in the habit of it. Mrs. Linda says he isn't perfect, but she says she supposes we couldn't expect a perfect minister for even $150 a year. And anyhow, his theology is sound because she questioned him thoroughly on all the points of doctrine. And she knows his wife's people, and they are the most respectable, and the women are all good housekeepers. Mrs. Linda says that sound doctrine in the man and good housekeeping in the woman make an ideal combination for a minister's family. Thank you for the follow, RZ Monster. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. The new minister and his wife were a young, pleasant-faced couple, still on their honeymoon, and full of good and beautiful enthusiasms for their chosen life work. Amalovia opened its heart to them from the start. Oh, I hope you get some good sleep. Old and young, like the frank, cheerful young man with his high ideals, and the bright, gentle little lady who assumed the mistressship of the Manseys. With Mrs. Allen, Anne fell promptly and wholeheartedly in love. She had discovered another kindred spirit. Thank you for the pats, and I'm doing well. Oh, I don't have it in the title, but yeah, we're reading Anne of Green Gables. Mrs. Allen is perfectly lovely, she announced one Sunday afternoon. She's taken our class, and she's a splendid teacher. She said right away she didn't think it was fair for the teacher to ask all the questions, and you know, Marilia, that's exactly what I've always thought. She said we could ask her any question we liked, and I asked ever so many. I'm good at asking questions, Marilia. I believe you, was Marilia's emphatic comment. Nobody else asked any except Ruby Guileless, and she asked if there was to be a Sunday school picnic this summer. I didn't think that was a very proper question to ask, because it hadn't any connection with the lesson. The lesson was about Daniel in the lion's den. But Mrs. Allen just smiled and said she thought there would be. Mrs. Allen has a lovely smile. She has such exquisite dimples in her cheeks. I wish I had dimples in my cheeks, Marilia. I'm not half so skinny as I was when I came here, but I have no dimples yet. If I had, perhaps I could influence people for good. Mrs. Allen said we ought to always try to influence other people for good. She talks so nice about everything. I never knew before that religion was such a cheerful thing. I always thought it was kind of melancholy, but Mrs. Allen isn't. And I'd like to be a Christian if I could be one like her. I wouldn't want to be one like Mr. and Superintendent Bell. It's very not of you to speak so about Mr. Bell, said Marilia severely. Mr. Bell is a real good man. Oh, of course he's good, agreed Anne. But he doesn't seem to get any comfort out of it. If I could be good, I'd dance and sing all day because I was glad of it. I suppose Mrs. Allen is too old to dance and sing, and of course it wouldn't be dignified in a minister's wife. But I can just feel she's glad she's a Christian, and that she'd be one even if she could get to heaven without it. I suppose, we must have Mr. and Mrs. Allen up to tea someday soon, said Marilia reflectively. They've been most everywhere but here. Let me see. Next Wednesday would be a good time to have them. But don't say a word to Matthew about it, for if he knew they were coming, he'd find some excuse to be away that day. He got so used to Mr. Bentley, he didn't mind him. He's going to find it hard to get acquainted with a new minister. A new minister's wife will frighten him to death. I'll be as secret as the dead, assured Anne. But oh, Marilia, will you let me make a cake for the occasion? I'd love to do something for Mrs. Allen, and you know I can make a pretty good cake by this time. You can make a layer cake, promised Marilia. Monday and Tuesday, great preparations went on at the Green Gables. Having the minister and his wife to tea was a serious and important undertaking, and Marilia was determined not to be eclipsed by any of the Analovia housekeepers. Anne was wild with excitement and delight. She talked it all over with Diane Tuesday night in the twilight as they sat on the big red stones by the Dryad's bubble and made rainbows in the water with little twigs dipped in pure balsam. Everything is ready, Diana, except my cake, which I'm to make in the morning, and the baking powder biscuits which Marilia will make just before tea time. I assure you, Diana, that Marilia and I have been busy the last 2 days. It's such a responsibility having a minister's family to tea. I never went through such an experience before. You should just see our pantry. It's a sight to behold. We're going to have jellied chicken and cold tongue. We have 2 kinds of jelly, red and yellow, and whipped cream and lemon pie, and cherry pie, and 3 kinds of cookies, and fruit cake, and Marilia's famous yellow plum preserves that she keeps especially for ministers, and pound cake, and layer cake, and biscuits as aforesaid, and new bread and old both, in case the minister is dyspeptic and can't eat new. Mrs. Linda says ministers are dyspeptic, but I don't think Mr. Allen has been a minister long enough for it to have had a bad effect on him. I just grow cold when I think of my layer cake. Oh, Diana, what if it shouldn't be good? I dreamed last night that I was chased all around by a fearful goblin with a big layer cake for a head. It'll be good, it'll be all right, assured Diana, who was a very comfortable sort of friend. I'm sure that piece of the one that you made that we had for lunch in Idlewild 2 weeks ago was perfectly elegant. Yes, but cakes have such a terrible habit of turning out bad just when you especially want them to be good, sighed Anne, setting a practically well-designed twig afloat. However, I suppose I shall just have to trust to Providence and be careful to put in the flour. Oh, look, Diana, what a lovely rainbow! Do you suppose the Dryad will come out after we go away and take it for a scarf? You know there's no such thing as Dryads, said Diana. Diana's mother had found out about the haunted wood and had been decidedly angry over it. As a result, Diana had abstained from any further imitative flights of imagination, and did not think it prudent to cultivate a spirit of belief even in harmless dryads. But it's so easy to imagine there is, said Anne. Every night before I go to bed, I look out of my window and wonder if the dryad is really sitting here, combing her locks with the spring for a mirror. Sometimes I look for her footprints in the dew in the morning. Oh, Diana, don't give up your faith in the dryad. Wednesday morning came. Anne got up at sunrise because she was too excited to sleep. She had caught a severe cold in the head by reason of her dabbling in the spring on the preceding evening, but nothing short of absolute pneumonia could have quenched her interest in culinary matters that morning. After breakfast, she proceeded to make her cake. When she finally shut the oven door upon it, she drew a long breath. I'm sure I haven't forgotten anything this time, Marilia. Do you think it will rise? Just suppose perhaps the baking powder isn't good. I used it out of a new can, and Mrs. Linda says you can never be sure of getting good baking powder nowadays, when everything is so adulterated. Mrs. Linda says the government ought to take the matter up, but she says we'll never see the day when a Tory government will do it. Marilia, what if that cake doesn't rise? We'll have plenty without it, was Marilia's unimpassioned way of looking at the subject. The cake did rise, however, and came out of the oven as light and feathery as golden foam. Anne, flushed with delight, clapped it together with layers of ruby jelly and, in imagination, saw Mrs. Allen eating it and possibly asking for another piece. You'll be using the best tea set, of course, Marilia, she said. Can I fix the table with ferns and wild roses? I think that's all nonsense, sniffed Marilia. In my opinion, it's the eatables that matter and not the flummery decorations. Mrs. Barry had her table decorated, said Anne, who was not entirely guiltless of the wisdom of the serpent. And the minister paid her an elegant compliment. He said it was a feast for the eyes as well as the palate. Well, do as you like, said Marilia, who was quite determined not to be surpassed by Mrs. Barry or anybody else. Only, mind you, leave enough room for the dishes and the food. Anne laid herself out to decorate in a manner, and after a fashion that should leave Mrs. Barry's nowhere. Having abundance of roses and ferns, and a very artistic taste of her own, she made that tea table such a thing of beauty that when the minister and his wife sat down to it, they exclaimed in chorus over its loveliness. It's Anne's doing, said Marilia, grimly just, and Anne felt that Mrs. Allen's approving smile was almost too much happiness for this world. Matthew was there, having been inveigled into the party, only goodness and Anne knew how. He had been in such a state of shyness and nervousness that Marilia had given him up in despair. But Anne took him in hand so successfully that he now sat at the table in his best clothes and white collar and talked to the minister not uninterestingly. He never said a word to Mrs. Allen, but that perhaps was not to be expected. All went merry as a marriage bell until Anne's layer cake was passed. Mrs. Allen, having already been helped to a bewildering variety, declined it. But Marilia, seeing the disappointment on Anne's face, said, smilingly, "Oh, you must take a piece of this, Mrs. Allen. Anne made it on purpose for you." "In that case, I must sample it," laughed Mrs. Allen, helping herself to a plump triangle, as did also the minister and Marilia. Mrs. Allen took a mouthful of hers, and a most peculiar expression crossed her face. Not a word did she say, however, but steadily ate away. Marilia saw the expression and hastened to taste the cake. "Anne Shirley," she exclaimed, "what on earth did you put into that cake?" Nothing but what the recipe said, Marilia," cried Anne with a look of anguish. "Oh, isn't it all right?" Alright. It's simply horrible. Mr. Allen, don't try to eat it. Anne, taste it yourself. What flavoring did you use? Vanilla, said Anne, her face scarlet with mortification after tasting the cake. Only vanilla. Oh, Marilia, it must have been the baking powder. I had my suspicions of that baking powder fiddlesticks. Go and bring me the bottle of vanilla you used. Anne fled to the pantry and returned with a small bottle partially filled with a brown liquid and labeled yellowly, Best Vanilla. Marilia took it, uncorked it, and smelled it. Mercy on us, Anne. You flavored that cake with anodyne liniment. I broke that liniment bottle last week and poured what was left into an old empty vanilla bottle. I suppose it's partially my fault. I should have warned you. But for pity's sakes, why couldn't you have smelled it, Anne? Anne dissolved into tears under this double disgrace. I couldn't. I had such a cold. And with this, she fairly fled to the gable chamber, where she cast herself on bed and wept as one who refuses to be comforted. Presently, a light step sounded on the stairs, and somebody entered the room. Oh, Marilia, sobbed Anne, without looking up. I'm disgraced forever. I shall never be able to live this down. It will get out. Things always do get out in Avalonia. Diana will ask me how my cake turned out, and I shall have to tell her the truth. I shall always be pointed at as the girl who flavored a cake with anodyne liniment. Guilt. The boys in school will never get over laughing at it. Oh, Marilia, if you have a spark of Christian pity, don't tell me that I must go down and wash the dishes after this. I'll wash them when the minister and his wife are gone, but I cannot ever look at Mrs. Allen in the face again. Perhaps she'll think I tried to poison her. Mrs. Linda says she knows an orphan girl who tried to poison her benefactor, but the liniment isn't poisonous. It's meant to be taken internally, although not in cakes. Won't you tell Mrs. Allen so, Marilia? Suppose you jump up and tell her yourself, said a merry voice. Anne flew up to find Mrs. Allen standing by her bed, surveying her with laughing eyes. My dear little girl, you mustn't cry like this, she said, genuinely disturbed by Anne's tragic face. Why, it's all just a funny mistake that anybody might make. Oh no, it takes me to make such a mistake, said Anne forlornly. All I wanted to have that cake so nice for you, Mrs. Allen. Yes, I know, dear, and I assure you I appreciate your kindness and thoughtfulness, just as much as if it had turned out all right. Now you mustn't cry any more, but come down with me and show me your flower garden. Mrs. Cuthbert tells me you have a little plot all your own. I want to see it, for I'm very much interested in flowers. Anne permitted herself to be led down and comforted, reflecting that it was really providential that Mrs. Allen was a kindred spirit. Nothing more was said about the liniment cake, and when the guests went away, Anne found that she had enjoyed the evening more than she could have expected, considering the terrible incident. Nevertheless, she sighed deeply. Marilia, isn't it nice to think that tomorrow is a new day with no mistakes in it yet? I'll warrant that you'll make plenty, said Marilia. I never saw your beat for making a mistake, Anne. Yes, and well, now I know it, admitted Anne mournfully. But have you ever noticed one encouraging thing about me, Marilia? I never make the same mistake twice. I don't know as that's much benefit when you're always making new ones. Oh, don't you see, Marilia? There must be a limit to the mistakes one person can make, and when I get to the end of them, then I'll be through with them. That's a very comforting thought. Well, you'd better go and give that cake to the pigs, said Marilia. It isn't fit for any human to eat, not even Jerry Boat. Chapter 22. Anne is invited out to tea. And what are your eyes popping out of your head about now? Asked Marilia, when Anne had just come in from a run to the post office. Have you discovered another kindred spirit? Excitement hung around Anne like a garment, shone in her eyes, kindled in every feature. She had come dancing up the lane like a wind-blown sprite through the mellow sunshine and lazy shadows of the August evening. No, Marilia, but oh, what do you think? I am invited to tea at the Mancy's tomorrow afternoon. Mrs. Allen left a letter for me at the post office. Just look at it, Marilia. Miss Anne Shirley, Green Gables. That is the first time I was ever called Miss. Such a thrill as it gave me. I shall cherish it forever among my choicest treasures. Mrs. Allen told me she meant to have all the members of her Sunday school class to tea in turn, said Marilia, regarding the wonderful event very coolly. You needn't get in such a fever over it. Do learn to take things calmly, child. For Anne, to take things calmly would have been to change her nature. All spirit and fire and dew, as she was, the pleasures and pains of life came to her with trebled intensity. Marilia felt this and was vaguely troubled over it, realizing that ups and downs of existence would probably bear hardly on this impulsive soul, and not sufficiently understanding that the equally great capacity for delight might more than compensate. Therefore, Marilia convinced it to be her duty to drill Anne into a tranquil unity of disposition as impossible and alien to her as to a dancing sunbeam in one of the brook's shallows. She did not make much headway, as she sorrowfully admitted to herself. The downfall of some dear hope or plan plunged Anne into depths of affliction. The fulfillment thereof exalted her to dizzy realms of delight. Marilia had almost begun to despair of ever fashioning this waif of the world into her model little girl of demure manners and prim deportment. Neither would have she been believed that she really liked Anne much better as she was. Anne went to bed that night speechless with misery because Matthew had said the wind was round northeast and he feared it would be a rainy day tomorrow. The rustle of the poplar leaves about the house worried her. It sounded so like pattering raindrops, and the full fairway roar of the gulf, to which she listened delightedly at other times, loving its strange, sonorous, haunting rhythm, now seemed like a prophecy of storm and disaster to a small maiden who practically wanted a fine day. Anne thought that morning would never come. But all things have an end, even nights before the day on which you are invited to take tea at the Mancy's. The morning, in spite of Matthew's prediction, was fine, and Anne's spirits soared to their highest. Oh, Marilia, there is something in me today that just makes me just love everybody I see, she exclaimed as she washed the breakfast dishes. You don't know how good I feel. Wouldn't it be nice if it could last? I believe I could be a model child if I were just invited out to tea every day. But oh, Marilia, it's a solemn occasion, too. I feel so anxious. What if I shouldn't behave properly? You know, I never had tea at a manse before. I'm not sure that I know all the rules of etiquette, although I've been studying the rules given in the etiquette department of the Family Herald ever since I came here. I'm so afraid I'll do something silly or forget to do something I should. Would it be good manners to take a second helping of anything if you wanted to very much? The trouble with you, Anne, is that you're thinking too much about yourself. You should just think of Mrs. Allen and what would be nicest and most agreeable to her, said Marilia, hitting for once in her life on a very sound and piety piece of advice. Anne instantly realized this. You're right, Marilia. I'll try not to think about myself at all. Anne evidently got through her visit without any serious breach of etiquette, for she came home through the twilight under a great and high-sprung sky, bordered over with trails of saffron and rosy cloud, in a beatified state of mind, and told Marilia all about it happily, sitting on the big red sandstone slab at the kitchen door with her tired curly head in Marilia's gingham lap. A cool wind was blowing down over the long harvest fields from the rims of furry western hills and whistling through the poplars. One clear star hung over the orchard, and the fireflies were flitting over in Lover's Lane, in and out among the ferns and rustling boughs. Anne watched them as she talked, and somehow felt that wind and stars and fireflies were all tangled up together into something unutterably sweet and enchanting. Oh, Marilia, I've had the most fascinating time. I feel that I have not lived in vain, and I shall always feel like that if I ever should never be invited to tea at the Manse again. When I got there, Mrs. Allen met me at the door. She was dressed in the sweetest dress of pale pink organdie, with dozens of frills and elbow sleeves, and she looked just like a seraph. I really think I'd like to be a minister's wife when I grow up, Marilia. A minister mightn't mind my red hair, because he wouldn't be thinking of such worldly things. But then, of course, one would have to be a naturally good, and I'll never be that. So I suppose there's no use in thinking about it. Some people are naturally good, you know, and others are not. I'm one of the others. Mrs. Linda says I'm full of original sin. No matter how hard I try to be good, I can never make such a success of it as those who are naturally good. It's a good deal like geometry, I expect. But don't you think the trying so hard ought to count for something? Mrs. Allen is one of the naturally good people. I love her passionately. You know, there are some people like Matthew and Mrs. Allen that you can love right off without any trouble. And then there is others like Mrs. Linda that you have to try very hard to love. You know, you ought to love them because they know so much and are such active workers in the church. But you have to keep reminding yourself of it all the time, or else you forget. There was another little girl at the Manseys to tea from the White Sands Sunday School. Her name was Laurette Bradley, and she was a very nice little girl. Not exactly a kindred spirit, you know, but still very nice. We had an elegant tea, and I think I kept all the rules of etiquette pretty well. After tea, Mrs. Allen played and sang, and she got Laurette and me to sing too. Mrs. Allen says I have a good voice, and she says I must sing in the Sunday school choir after this. You can't think of how thrilled I was at the mere thought. I have longed so to sing in the Sunday school choir, as Diana does, but I feared it was an honor I could never aspire to. Loretta had to go home early because there is a big concert in the White Sands Hotel tonight, and her sister is to recite at it. Loretta says that the Americans are at the hotel to give a concert every fortnight in the aid of Charlottetown Hospital, and they ask lots of White Sands people to recite. Loretta said she expected to be asked herself someday. I just gazed at her in awe. After she had gone, Mrs. Allen and I had a heart-to-heart talk. I told her everything about Mrs. Thomas and the twins and Katie Maurice and Violetta and coming to Green Gables and my troubles over geometry. And wouldn't you believe it, Marilia? Mrs. Allen told me she was a dunce at geometry too. You don't know how that encouraged me. Mrs. Linda came to the manse just before I left, and what do you think, Marilia? The trustees have hired a new teacher, and it's a lady. Her name is Mrs. Morel Stacy. Isn't that a romantic name? Mrs. Melinda says they've never had a female teacher in Avalonia before, and she thinks it's a dangerous innovation. I think it'll be splendid to have a lady teacher, and I really don't see how I'm going to live through 2 weeks before school begins. I'm so impatient to see her. And that brings us to chapter 23. Anne comes to grief and an affair of honor. That seems very, very, looming. But yes, that's where we'll end for today. I will get this video edited soon and thrown up on the YouTube, where you can also listen to the other chapters. Do I have a command for it yet? I do. So yeah, I will work on that either later tonight or tomorrow. Until then, with how late it is, I think this is probably a good time to read out. On a Sunday, honey.
Honey, what day is tomorrow?
Monday.
What day is specifically tomorrow?
It's a holiday.
Yeah.
I would also argue that my throat's hurting. So
I
let's...
was just reminding you that tomorrow is a holiday.
I have an idea of who to read, but I want to double check first. Okay, yep, we're gonna read Ocean. Ocean is doing art. They are absolutely lovely, and they do the most adorable doodles. So yeah, let's go say hi to Ocean. There's a raid message if you so choose to use one. I will see you guys tomorrow with some more learning, and then we'll probably raid in today later. And then, yeah, we're just going to keep learning because of my test here soon. And hopefully keep doing some ASMR. Well, hi Baka, and bye Baka. Thank you all so much for being here. I love you all. Make sure to take care of yourselves and each other. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, Baka. Mwah.